Hello. Hi. It's good to see you again. Hi. Hello, hello. Hi. Hi, hi. Welcome, Nathan. Random Internet Surfer, UTP, Nix, and Wait, I already said welcome, random. Well, welcome again. Welcome again, all. It's good to see you again. Hi, hi. Hello, hello. Mommy Foxy is back. I hope the root canal issues have been sorted out and your teeth feel fine now. That tooth feels fine. Yep, it's all been settled back into place. Unfortunately, a tooth from which I had a previous root canal broke. So, gotta go in and start doing that. Looking forward to your stream all week? Oh, well, I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long. I know that I'm no longer streaming on Mondays because of mental and physical health. I was kind of wearing myself a bit too thin, trying to overwork myself, and it wasn't quite sustainable. So I've cut back that day, so now it's just going to be Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 2 to 6 Pacific Western Time. It was Pacific Standard Time. Oh my gosh. Mix Garcia says I finished 2 of my projects this week and I got to eat sushi yesterday, so I'm very happy right now. Well done. I have always been kind of on the verge of trying sushi again and never quite seeming to do it. I know that if you talk to Demon Fox Akira really, really loves sushi. But after like an experience I had as a kid, I didn't quite get it. For context, when I was a kid, I think it was a friend of my blood mother's, at least a current friend back then, gave me rotten sushi to try. Can you imagine that? Little fox kit me trying some rotten sushi for the first time and thinking that that's what sushi was like. So, yeah, that happened, and it kind of put me off of sushi. Random says, hey, you want to stream with a broken teeth? Well, to be fair, it's one that had the my very first root canal, so it doesn't really hurt. I just am doing my best to keep it clean. Yeah, I just like how I, out the gate, decide to start talking about rotten sushi. But honest to goodness, those who like proper sushi, good sushi, not knocking them. And I'm certainly not knocking sushi as a whole again until I try some good stuff. I'll at least try bits and pieces of it and see if it's something that I can stomach. But if not, then it just isn't my cup of tea. I much prefer, rice. And there's so many different kinds of rice. There's white rice, there's, gosh, I know that there's different kinds of rice. I'm trying to figure out, because I know that there's a specific kinds that I've tried. I've tried jasmine rice, basmati rice, but I haven't had any other kinds. Did you know that there's actually a nutritious version of, black rice? Huh. Never really thought of it. And there's a specific kind of rice that's in sushi called sushi rice. And red rice. But yeah, basmati rice happens to be the rice type that I've consumed the most often, with jasmine coming in a close second. Hello, Ren. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome back. Salutations. Good to be back on the air. Random says, I'm really excited for the MH Wilds public demo coming out around the 28th. You should check out the latest MH Wilds trailer. It might catch your interest. Right. And I have some epic news for you. As you might have noticed, there's a new premiere on the channel. That's right, I finished the 7 Deadly Sins series. It is all currently available on the Patreon. If you go into the link down in the description down below and click the link, and if you contribute monetarily, you can still catch it early. But yes, starting on the 27th at 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, the videos for the 7 Deadly Sins are going to go live. I have a unique thumbnail style that I am currently using for that series. And I finished Sloths. I think I might introduce it as a background on the stream, just to give people an idea as to what it looks like. Yep, that's what it looks like. So yeah, the thumbnail behind me is the one for Sloth, not the one for Wrath, as Wrath is basically on full display. But I actually wanted to draw attention to the symbol directly at the bottom center of the thumbnail. As you can see here, it's a symbol that looks a little bit different to Wrath's. It doesn't have that sort of burnt, bit crushed look to it. It just kind of looks like it's muted, and it leads your eyes down to the center. There we go. So, what did you think? UTB says, alas, I have no doubloons to give. I don't have a job. I completely understand that. And after I kind of quit my Dollar General job, it is a little bit strenuous to not have that cash coming in. I really, really did enjoy, like, working that Dollar General job. It's just that things didn't work out. I honestly think that it probably would have been nice to have, you know, stayed in that area at least a little longer to save up monetarily speaking. But it's not like I can't do that here. Care has been very generous, and I've been doing my best to be a good tenant, a good roommate. Rin says I need to beat a Monster Hunter game before it realizes. Thank you so very much, UTP. Believe it or not, the symbols for all of the 7 Deadly Sins episodes will be made in Blender. That's actually how I made the symbols for Wrath's symbol as well as Sloth's. They are all models that I created in Blender and then rendered out. I am looking forward to conceptualizing the designs for the other Deadly Sins. All of them will symbolize something about their personality, one way or another. Like, for example, as I kind of mentioned in the Discord server, Wrath's symbol looks like it's been burned. That it's been, you know, singed. That it's been used quite a few times, and that the usage of it is quite rough. Whereas Sloth's is a little bit subdued, and it kinda makes you drowsy to look at. I'm really not that talented, Random, but thank you. I really, really do appreciate it. And welcome, welcome back, Viola. It is good to see you. And Racing Star Gaming, welcome back too. It is good to be back on the air. Taking a nice drink. By the by, what's your favorite drink? And why is it your favorite? As a personal, I like things that have a nice citrusy taste to them. Bracing says, I'm laying in bed while watching this stream. It's still daytime, but not much longer. Ooh, are you gonna be able to catch the sunset? I know that, especially on days where I stream, I'm not able to catch the sunset as often. Though I've been out in the sun a fair bit more often, you know, since coming out here. Fanta Orange says Racing Star, because it's delicious. I like orange sodas. Like I said, stuff that has a nice citrusy taste, I just adore, but orange happens to be stuff that really catches my taste. Hello, Valkyr, and welcome back. It is good to see you again. UTP says tea, it's pleasant to drink. It can be drank warm or cold. Yep, there are specific kinds of tea that I actually do prefer cold as opposed to warm. Not many, though. Typically, what I like to have cold is a sweet tea. But every other kind, I kind of prefer it warm. You know, nice and hot. Speaking of which, I might clean out a mug so that I can actually make myself some warm tea later on. Yep, going outside is a good way of increasing vitamin D production, I believe. I believe that's what sunlight helps with. The sun provides vitamin D. Fascinating. Vitamin D is the sunshine vitamin that has been produced on this earth for more than 500 million years. During exposure to sunlight, 7 dehydrocholesterol in the skin absorbs UVB radiation and is converted to pre-vitamin D3, which in turn isomerizes into vitamin D3. What's the process of isomerization? I'm gonna look that up next. Isomerizes. Change from one isomer to another. Okay, then what the heck is an isomer? In chemistry, each of two or more compounds with the same formula, but a different arrangement of atoms in the molecule and different properties. I see. It's a fascinating thing. I'm planning on learning a lot more chemistry over the next couple of years, mainly because I'm kind of interested in seeing if I can make my own HRT supply. You know, just stuff as a hobby for personal use. UTP says, I like going outside, but another part of me wants to do nothing but stay in bed all day and eep. Looks has lost thumbnail again. Yeah, the last couple of days I too have been kind of slothful, for lack of a better term. I like to sleep. Random says, not to bring up Monster Hunter too much, but I'm really curious what weapon Foxy would main. Do you like fast or slow weapons? Dodging or blocking? What's your favorite playstyle in 3D action games? Okay, so I like fast weapons, but there are occasionally some slow weapons, like halberds, that I really, really do love. Especially if it's like a... Huh, I'm being called. I will be right back. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Sorry about leaving you in the lurch like that. My bank just called. Basically, what is going to be going on behind the scenes is essentially I'm trying to get set up at a local credit union. And one of the things that is incredibly annoying about all of this is the fact that I can't just hand in the temporary IDs that I got from Missouri over and expect it to be hunky-dory. That's just not the way this works. And the last time I tried to get it updated in Arizona, there was a mismatch with Social Security, which means I need to update my name with Social Security too. That's gonna be fun. And basically, yeah, I gotta handle all of this. I gotta handle the name change with Social Security. I gotta get the name change on the Arizona ID. Then I gotta go over to the credit union, switch some things out with them, talk about that. They've been ever so kind about that, but it is something that is an imperative for me. And because healthcare can no longer wait, I only have like a week's amount of supply concerning ADHD and depression meds, so we're really going to have to accelerate getting stuff done in terms of getting all of this, getting the ID stuff done. Phew, it's very, very stressful, actually. Right. Viola says, what's your favorite deadly sin? Very, very good question. I don't know. What's your favorite deadly sin? I think gluttony happens to be mine. Tiny says, why did you need to specify that it would be for personal use? I'm almost more concerned now. Okay, sorry, my brain glitched out. What did I say what would be for personal use? What did I say? Because now I'm slightly concerned. What did I say that I can't remember? UTP says sloth eep. Racing says it's okay. UTP says it's also the one I fall victim to more often than any other. Starting something is painful, but once it's going, it's going. Hello, Kendrick. Welcome, welcome. Random says lust. Can't say I blame you. Lust, the feelings of sticky sin. UTP says dealing with government stuff is painful more often than not. I hope it goes off without too much of an issue. Kendrick says, I am so looking forward to your Deadly Sin ASMR series. I'm looking forward to it going live. It goes live, again, on the 27th at 2 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. However, if you wish to catch the series in its entirety before it goes live on YouTube, just click the link in the description down below to join my Patreon. Those who contribute monetarily to my Patreon will be able to gain access to early access series as well as stuff that won't be seen on YouTube. So, there you have it. That's what the Patreon's for. UTP says, homemade estrogen. Yeah. I hope that I can learn chemistry still. It's a fascinating thing to me, despite knowing absolutely nothing about it. HRT? That's what you said? Oh yeah, for personal use. Mainly just because trying to make HRT and then distributing it to other people. That gets me into a lot of legal trouble very, very quickly, because suddenly the FDA is jumping down my throat because I'm making stuff and distributing it to people, and it could also potentially cross into felony territory. That's why if I ever do decide to make my own homemade HRT, it would have to be for personal use. UTP says, okay, common misconception for that misconception that for some reason has caught on, there's no such thing as something that cannot be learned. There's such thing as something that will take a long time to learn, but nothing you cannot learn with enough time and effort. Random says, be the Walter White of estrogen. Walter, you need to make estrogen, Walter. You need to help out the trans femmes, Walter. It's almost 5 where you are, Bracing Star? Well, I hope you enjoy your nap. UTP says, we gotta cook, the cat girls are angry. Jesse, we have to cook. Of course, Mrs. White. UTP says they've gone from battling at hands to hissing. Oh, the cat girls. They're hissing. They're angry. Oh no! Viola says, I feel like Wrath would be softer on the listener. Well, you'll just have to wait until the series goes live. Sorry, businesswoman in me kinda came out for a little bit. But hey, all saw that ends all, am I right? And I really, really do hope that you look forward to all that's coming in the coming days. Nick says to Gods, now I wonder if there's a gender bend art of that. A gender bend art of what? Tiny Pearl says, Grinder, Tumblr, do the gays not like the letter E for some reason? It's LGBT, not legbet. They're saving it for the trans femmes. They're saving the E for us trans femmes. Nick says, gender bent Walter White. Okay, give me a second. I know I'm going to regret this. I know that I'm going to regret this. Huh. Fascinating. And there's some good art of Saul, too. And Pinkman. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Kinda like this. Oh, that is so cute. I like that. I actually find myself not regretting that as much. There's been a lot of stuff that I've looked at on the internet and have regretted looking at, but honest to goodness, those feelings of regret have been waning. A lot of it is just... yes, some of it gets a bit samey, and some of it is just... well... nothing really that I can do about, except just try to continue living my life as positively as possible. But this has been surprisingly wholesome to look at. Nick says, why yes, I'm letting someone else have their turn with my gender. Why else do you think I'm non-binary? UTV says, speaking of naps, I sadly won't be sticking around. I've got stuff to take care of, but I'd like to get a nap in before I start. Thank you for the stream. Might not have been here for long, but it was still lovely. Thank you for stopping by, UTP, and I hope to see you again tomorrow. Streaming again tomorrow at 10 o'clock Pacific Standard Time as well. Tiny says, yes you are. You ever try to find an image of the Grubhub guy and get bombarded with thing YouTube doesn't like? Because I have. I hate the internet sometimes. Okay, what is this about the Grubhub guy? Okay, so what is the deal with this guy? Oh. Oh! Oh my! Okay! It just gets worse! Honestly, goodness, not much in the terms of regret, though. It was just a little bit surprising, and a small part of me was like, why? And then I just started backtracking in my brain, and I decided to go, you know what? I'm not gonna king shame. That's not me to decide. Just because I don't see the sexual appeal of guys doesn't mean that others don't. Sortisa says, I'm here and caffeinated. Welcome. Random says you need to look at some Sonic fetish art to regain that sense of cringe. There are some lines that I won't cross. There are some lines that I just won't cross. I don't need to regain that sense of cringe. I have been fighting off my own sense of cringe. You know that cringe you get when you hear the sound of your voice recorded and played back? That feeling you get like, oh god, is that what I really sound like? I used to get that a lot with my own content. And I've been fighting it back for a good couple of years now, and it's been going great. Tiny says, don't! I take it you figured it out. Nick says, we went from surprisingly wholesome to, oh god, so fast. Random says, I still have yet to look up, learn what... I went silent there because... Oof. Oof. 14-year-old me was not happy. Oh. Oof. Granted, if I look up something like clock spider, it isn't, like, as bad as it used to be, because spiders are not as scary to me as they once were. I mean, if I did see a spider that big in person, obviously I'd be frightened, but I don't live in Australia. Oh, jeez, looking at some of these spiders, though, oh, it sets off something primal in me. The most primal, screw that. Yeah, you can't use raid on spiders of this size. On spiders the size of clocks. You need small arms fire at the very least. You need at least a 9mm to take care of those spiders. Oh, and that's a mechanical spider. That's cute. I like that. Yeah, a legitimate clock spider. Now that isn't disturbing to me. Mechanical stuff, not that disturbing to me. For some reason, it's the organic spiders. It's the organic stuff. Oof. Really sets off something in me. Now with snakes it's easier. I like snakes. Hell, I'll look up scary snake right now. And doesn't set off any alarm bells in my brain. Not even if it's like a basilisk that towers over me. I just look up and say, oh look, that one's got a little top hat on. Aww. Sorry, I got so easily distracted. Just little corn snake wearing a top hat. Oh my gosh. Oh, hello, don't mind me, just deadly and dapper. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's such a cute bean. Such a cute bean. Oh my gosh. So many cute beans. Now, granted, cobras will kill you. Cobras will kill you. There are many snakes, there are many vipers out there that can kill you within 30 minutes. So yeah. Just to be aware, snakes can be incredibly dangerous. However, I think snakes, as a majority, are cute. I won't be having any as pets anytime soon because I can't afford the pet tax, but I like snakes. Snakes are cute. Nick says it's already mid-October and yet it still feels like late summer instead of fall. Texas, why? Yeah, it recently just got out of triple digits for us, and we recently had an evening that was 66-degree weather. It's currently 94 degrees right now. So, not the best, but honestly not as bad as it used to be. Valkyr says, have to go, but it was a really nice time. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Valkyr. Stay safe. Random says, spiders kind of gross me out, but Lala Verena from Monster Hunter Wild looks cute to me. A flower-themed spider. Nice. Flower-themed spider that dances like ballerina. Aww, that's kind of cute. And have you ever heard of Lucas the spider? Lucas the spider. It's a little animated jumping spider with the voice of a little kid. Now, who in their right minds looks at that and says that that's not cute? Tiny says, don't with the machines. I love steampunk machine animals so darn much. Yeah, right? So cute. Viola says, gotta go to my therapist appointment now. Love y'all. Bye. Everyone's going places. Oh my gosh. Everyone's leaving. No. It's all good. You stay safe, okay? Tiny Pearl says, boop noodle. Boop. 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 Random says, goodbye, Viola. I always gotta sneeze. Let's... Ugh. Oh yeah. Tiny Pearl says there's a drawing by Lavender Town that's a cat-sized spider curled up on someone's lap. It's adorable. Love it. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Lavender Town lap spider. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Please. A spider in someone's lap. Dang it. Can't find it. Dang it. I can't find it. No. Switch Stuff says, have you ever seen the snake images where people draw arms for them? Aw, cute. Random says, Tim, even your sneezes are cute. No, they're not. They're not cute. I don't know what you're talking about. Gosh, I've got so much to clean up over here. It's not even a joke. Oh, man. I have let myself go a little bit. Still, nothing I can't clean up. I'm not 100%. I don't know what you're talking about. Tiny says it's from the video, trying to make the 5 most common fears adorable. Okay. Trying to make the top 5 fears adorable. 5 most common fears adorable. Okay. Arachnophobia? Aww. Aww. That's adorable. Obviously I can't play the video for y'all because I don't want Lavender Town to get upset. But aww. 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 I'm going. Aww. I can't stop. Oh, it's just aww. Aww. It's cute. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind having that little guy on my lap and having me I'm just. Fox, an adorable spider. Aw, and it's just so shiny eyes. Oh, little shiny eyes. So cute. Oh my gosh. It's adorable. How can they make something like this so fluffing adorable? Aww. Adorable. Oh, look at the little tongue. Oh, it's so cute. It's a cute little snake. It's a cute little snake. Oh my gosh. Claustrophobia. Huh. Well, that looks a bit cozy. I haven't done a pillow fort since I was a kid. Should probably ask Akira if she wants to make a pillow fort at some point. Sounds great. Fear of Blood happens to be an adorable, cute vampire. Nice. Nice. Lavender Town. Molto bene. Random says, I hope this question doesn't come off as rude, but any updates on the new model? Yes, I know that it's a little bit late. I know that it's being really, really late coming in, but me and the others are doing our best to make sure that everything is nailed down good and proper before we unveil the model on stream. However, there is like a teaser short for it where you can see the ears wiggling. I actually added the sound effects for that one. That was really, really cute. But yeah, hopefully sometime by the end of the month, by the 29th at the very least, we will have more updates on the model. We're trying to get things nailed down good and proper. Sorchazel says you shouldn't lie to yourself, Nico. You are adorable. No, I'm not. No! No! Okay, Sorchazel says also, I've never seen those, but I have an image saved of a snake playing the sax. Oh, that's so cute. I love that. Tiny says, and you tried to tell us you aren't adorable when you're just sitting there sounding like this? I do. Nick says, Nico, I can and will try you being adorable if you keep denying. I'd like to see you try. Tiny Pearl says that sorts of soft. It's from Drawfee. It's a really early video and I love it. We saw it on the Discord and it's very cute. It has an even more anime girl expression. Oh yeah! I did stream using the new model a little bit while on the Discord server because I could not stand just having it shoved into the corner and sitting unused. So it's here. It is here, and I am watching over it, and I am waiting to uncase it. I actually have been wanting to use it for streams for the past week. The only reason I haven't is because me and V-Stars as a whole are trying to make things perfect for its reveal. Viola says I'm back, and turns out my appointment is tomorrow. Not today. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry, Viola. Random says, I love your pouting sound, not gonna lie. What the? Nick says, alright, I'll do it as soon as I get home. Tiny Portal says, these streams are just elaborate bids to get called cute. If I deny it, you're just gonna call me cute. If I say yes, you're just gonna call me cute. You got me in a double bind. This isn't fair! Random says, oh, sorry if that comes off as weird or rude. It's all good. It's all good. You want updates. And I love giving updates. I kinda just want to use the model for streams. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Tadpole says it literally just says, Phyllis says, aw, Fox pouts. Nick says, yes, you have fallen into our trap. Random says, no, it's just that I'm not exactly American, I'm dumb. So I get worried if something I say comes off as ruder than I thought it would be. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You haven't been rude at all, Random. I'm so sorry, Random. But yeah, everyone's okay here. Everyone's okay. If you did cross a line, I would tell you so. So, are we playing Fortnite before the roleplay? Or role-playing straight away? I was gonna play a little bit of Fortnite, and then we would get back into Wayward Western if you guys wanted to do Wayward Western today. I do have what we have done saved up to this point, so we can play Wayward Western if y'all are interested in it. Blip. Started that poll. Honest to goodness, I love the concept of Wayward Western. The idea of an amnesiac, mysterious stranger that just shows up in the town named Rose. It's okay, Nix Garcia. Not much actually happened during the last, well, actually, no, the last time that we did play? Yeah, I can bring you back up to speed with it. Basically, we got ourselves armed, and we talked with the lady who runs the haberdashery, and then we, got into our very first, quote-unquote bar fight that ended up with the, death of one Jebediah Smith, who was a wanted outlaw, who was, you know, wanted for murder, robbery, among other unsavory acts. And you got yourself some more of these gold coins, which you don't exactly know where they're coming from just yet. And you met these two brothers, Smith and Joseph. No, Steve and Joseph. At least I believe those are their names. I have them written down. Yep, Steve and Joseph. Steve is the older brother to Joseph, wiser than some with a slightly cool temper. Can get enraged if you impugn his or his blood's honor. And then you've got Joseph, the younger brother, hot-headed, impulsive, with a taste for sweets. And he also seems to like Rose, our character. Yeah. Working theory is that they just hated him, Tiny Portal. Well, granted, one of them already had, like, an ace that matches one of the aces that Jebediah Smith's hand had. It's like, huh, funny you have two of those aces in your hand. Speve. She believed, he lied. Speve. I don't even know why Speve is that funny. It just is. Isn't it? It's funny in a ridiculous sort of way. Time process. How does one go about saying I don't swing that way in the 1800s without it immediately coming back to bite us? Well, long story short, there's not. It's the sad fact of women in the 1800s is, more often than not, horrible things happen to them. I mean, it's not that different to modern times when you think about it. It's just that modern times, we have new slang to call it. Random internet services can't wait for more adventures with Rose and the Bros. Rose and the Bros. Rose and the Bros, yeah. And that's enough of that. And just keep in mind, just because this is set in the 1800s and it is a Western doesn't mean that there isn't some magic around. Something's going on. You just don't know quite what yet. Alrighty. 7 votes says yes for Fortnite and then Wayward Western. Alrighty then, so allow me to get started. Excuse me. And later on, after Wayward Western, I'm hoping to finish the Resident Evil 2 randomizer. Not sure if I'm gonna be able to finish it, if I'm honest. We got far into it, but the game seems intent on trolling us. Welcome, Time Marshal. It's all good. Welcome, welcome. Just keep in mind that later on, after Fortnite, we're gonna be playing Wayward Western. And I hope you're ready to get your boots with them spurs on. You got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, jingle, jangle. Hop, hop, nuzzle, nuzzle. Right, gonna switch out this character for not you, not you. Who? Alexa Hexbringer. Because why not? I think that I'll be playing some ranked. Turn ranked on. Solo. Hop, hop. Hop, hop. It's my fervent hope that I'm able to play well. Wait, cancel. Ranked battle for zero build. There we go. I was a little bit confused. I don't like playing on build because I don't really build. Preparing, initiating travel to server. You know, it's a little bit irritating when you're shooting at someone and then they just build up their own fortification and then just continuously build it up and again and again and again as you're trying to shoot them from afar. It gets annoying, and I'd rather not go through that. Hop. 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 But yeah, as for Wayward Western, what would you like to see happen in this session? Hop. Okay, immediately drop down below. What's that danger? Whee! I might be trapped in here. Oh. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. Oof. So our rank is protected. We're already up again. That kinda sucked. Tiny says, I mean, I tried to download this game once because I thought it'd be funny to have TF2, Overwatch 2, and Fortnite all next to each other. It didn't work, and I've never played it, so can't say much. Bullet sandwiched. Yeah, we got bullet sandwiched. I hate it when I'm bullet sandwiched. This person kind of looks like a gold Griffith. Kind of. Kind of. Random says, bullet yonder that can't help but ram herself into you. That or a gun nut yonder that wants to show you her gun collection. Hop. Hop. That seems oddly... nice. Oh, and I could have just broken that. Oh well. Okay, infiltration. What can be found here? What can be scrounged here? Will I encounter some players? Will I die here? These are the questions that fill my mind. Whomst. Wumst. Ah! I need to go before I'm bullet sandwiched again. Ah, not even a single elimination to my name. And I got caught by the skeleton. Tiny Pearl says, hey, go ahead and ask, how in the hell do people use snipers effectively? Like, whenever I try to play sniper, Ash, Widow, etc., I would overthink it and keep missing and waiting too long. Random replies, I recommend watching Lazy Purple's How It Feels to Play Sniper, Tiny Portal. It helped me play Kinessa and Paladins. TLDR, be patient and wait for enemies to come into your line of sight. Eventually, you'll internalize their patterns and move your line of sight accordingly. Yep. Random says, is that a river of lava or cranberry? It's not lava, it's supposed to symbolize a river of souls. Typically it's green, but for Halloween they changed it to red. Although a cranberry river sounds like it would be really, really sticky. Bang, bang, shee, bang, 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 bang. Shitty, bang, bang, shitty. I bet souls taste like cranberry. Cranberry souls. Nick says they should have kept it green, the reverse sticks. Yeah, they should have. I always conceptualized it as being either light blue or green. A platypus river? Perry the river sticks, platypus. Not today. Oh, that could have been disastrous. Nice. My boom billy now. Oops. There we go. Rats! Oh, I peeked for a second. Oh, I suck. No, I shouldn't say that. Oh, me when I peek. Tiny process unrelated to everything happening. I watched Coraline the other day, and I can't describe how much of an idiot I felt when I had to look up who played the cat. It's Keith David. Yeah, Coraline. It's such a nice movie, isn't it? I thought we were playing Zero build. So why is there, like, that there? It's weird. Random says, on the bright side, at least those players killing you weren't using buildings/wood walls. Yeah, that is true. I'm gonna stop saying things like I suck now, because it's not fair to myself and it's not fair to the people I've killed before, because how would they feel knowing that the person who killed them sucked? That just kind of sounds like it's a accidental burn on them. Bang bang shooty shooty bang 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 shooty shooty bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. How good am I at this game? Well, Miranda, I'm not really the best at this game. I would say that I'm on the lower rung end of skill, though. Thank you. Oh, that's gotta suck for them. Running! It's not a good idea for me to pursue them, so I'm gone. That's better. I like that. Gonna heal up real quick. Need more ammo. Nice. Can take that for backup. What's this? Oh, you beauty, you're coming with me. But yeah, staying in the desert is actually a really, really good decision for me because I can get, like, shields instantly from those cacti. So, in case I'm in a situation that isn't really that favorable to me, I can simply run, hide, hit one of those cacti, reset, and start over. Another thing is, I like to be, like, a bit of a ambush prey. I don't really like going toe-to-toe with someone who's, you know, full strength. What I like to do is wait until someone's at a weakened stage before taking them on. So I'm basically just scavenging. Hey! Robbing a cash register. What would my mama think of me? Robbing another cash register. What would my pa think of me? Time to walk around and look for people to snipe. Oh, I think I see someone over there. Time to see if I can ambush them. Because again, I am an ambush prey. Predator, I should say. Uh-huh. Need to go. Uh-uh. Oh, well done. Should've went for the shooty shooty bang bang. But you know what? 25th is good. Four eliminations. Not bad. I think one more game of this, and I should play some Wayward Western. How's that sound to y'all? Playing some more Wayward Western. Hello, Winter. Welcome, welcome. Hop hop. Nuzzle nuzzle. Oh yeah, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get it, Mysterio. Oh yeah. Look at those moves. Yeah, show him how it's done. Show him how it's done, Mysterio. Yeah, yeah, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Mysterio. Now I'm going to have to kill you. I'm going to fight you now. I'm going for the house. I'm going for the house. Get to high ground and pick some players off. Nice shooting there, Tex. Let's play again sometime. Nice. You had some good stuff on you, mate. Why didn't you use it? I should grab the ammo that's here and I should keep moving. Yep, time to go. Oh, there's a cacti over here. We must be near the place that's got, like, a bunch of them. At least I hope. But if not... Ooh, some good stuff here. It's quick, it's easy, it's cheap. Oh, well done. Well done. Oh, hey! Same skin! Nice! I applaud you! I applaud you! Nice. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him. Alrighty. So now we are back here again. So, still down to play some Wayward Western? Oh, time processing go. Might be back, but honestly, I'm just not really feeling like doing the roleplay today. I'm a bit tired and I just don't want to worry about messing something up anyway. See you tomorrow. It's quite alright, Tiny Portal. Won't be the same without you, but you get yourself some good rest, okay? And again, you do not have to worry about playing the game today. We can play some other things together, like the randomizer, like other things too. But yeah, rest well, Tiny Portal. And again, if you don't want to play Wayward Western, there's other things we can play. Like Satisfactory, like the randomizer, like anything else. Heck, I could even talk about the writing plans that I have for the future. Could definitely do that. So. Welcome back, Bracing Star. It is so very good to see you again. Hi. Welcome. Right, we got 4 votes in. Could give it about 3 more minutes. But yes, we're voting if you wish to play Wayward Western today. Currently a person doesn't want to, and we've got 3 that do. Took a longer nap, says Bracing Star. Hey, so long as the longer nap feels good to you. So long as it's not detrimental to you. Right, we got 2 minutes to go on this vote. And in the meantime, I am going to write a little bit more on The Witch's Salvation, currently 3 pages long. I hope to get all 4 of these scripts finished before I start recording them. Hop. Nuzzle. And so, what do you think about Classic Yandere? The sword that says that all you need is me and no one else. What do you think of those classic yonders? Because we got one of those returning soon. Bracing Star says, so yeah, be right back again. Gonna schedule my gaming videos. Gonna schedule my gaming schedules for April through June 2025 videos. Understood, Bracing Star. Alrighty, gonna end that poll. That is 66% wish to play Wayward Western and 33% wish to not play Wayward Western. Right, so is everyone excited? Definitely looking forward to playing this game again. It has been a while. Also, I kind of noticed that YouTube's redesigned a little bit of their YouTube watch bar. It kind of looks sort of magenta pinkish towards the end. Huh, fascinating. Did YouTube do a redesign while I was away? Alright, but anyways, the last we checked, when we were in Tumbleweed, Arizona, we had fallen asleep inside Steve and Joseph's house. He had, you know, the two of them had provided their place to stay in order to rest for a while. And you went to sleep and you had a bit of a nightmare. A nightmare of a figure that brought flame and ruin to the town you were in before. And you had visions of that same figure walking into the town that you're currently in, setting the entire place ablaze. In your possession, you have 54 bullets for ammunition and a gun that holds 6 rounds each. None of which you fired yet, you haven't used the gun yet. And you also have a kitchen knife. And it's very, very sharp too. Almost deviously sharp. But it seems that you are feeling a little bit nervous after the nightmare that you've had. So, what do you do? Huh, OBS disconnected for a second. Glad that that was only temporary, though. But yes, it seems that that nightmare has scrambled your head a little bit. You can definitely feel the memories of the prior day, but they're sort of like a dream. All of them have a dreamlike quality to them, almost to the point where you wonder whether it was dream or reality. Though the evidence of what had happened yesterday still surround you, you still have the gun, and you're still acquainted with these two brothers. But even so, as you look at them, they definitely seem a little bit unreal. Like, sure, they're real people, but weren't they in your dream? Welcome, Finanza. Hi, hi. You've been lurking, Finanza? Well, well. Regardless, welcome, welcome. And hi. Hi, hi. It's good to see you. Seems that y'all are asking for understanding. So far. What are we voting for? Basically, you've just woken up and you're facing the two brothers after a long nightmare. A nightmare of a shadowy figure about to set the town that you're currently in ablaze. Granted, you're a newcomer here, but you have this feeling that you should protect this town. And so you're facing these two brothers and you're feeling mildly frightened and a little bit scrambled in the head, so that's what you're voting on. What do we do? Nick says it wasn't me this time. I don't have any flint and steel. At least you're pretty darn certain that it wasn't you. After all, you have no desire to torch this place. Do you? I mean, after all, there were like a couple of people that have been looking at you sideways, but you could chalk that up to basically them being, you know, just men or men. Also, I completely forgot to tell you who you are. You are a woman in your mid-30s in the 1800s. You're armed with a pistol, a gun that holds 6 rounds, and you have 54 bullets in storage. 4 gold coins, $27.75, and you have a sharp kitchen knife. Ugh, men. That's right, Bonanza. Ugh, men. Random says, I am debating whether accompanying the brothers to whichever they want to go or head to a doctor with them. Don't want to come home to find them dead. Yeah. Anyways, you got about 30 seconds to go. Who's gonna win this vote? And once the vote is ended, what will happen? Nick says there's not enough loot for me to take anyways. And that is time. Da-da-da-da. You decide to ask for understanding. What's going on? You ask in a timid, soft voice. One that seems a little bit uncharacteristic of you yesterday. The Rose that was yesterday was confident, brash even, ready to turn people in at a moment's notice, but the voice that escapes your lips now is strained and small, almost frightened like a child. Steve and Joseph share a look, and they kind of look at you quizzically. "Everything all right, Rose?" Joseph says. "You're kind of looking a little bit green around the gills. Look, how about you come over here and get yourself some food, and we'll be able to talk it out, okay?" And so you scooch a little bit towards them, towards the fireplace where Joseph is, currently having a meal, and Steve hands you a bowl and fills it with stew. It smells all right, and as you, put the spoon to your mouth and you start shoveling it into your, mouth, you find that it is, moderately tasty. Could do with a little bit more salt, though. You still feel like you don't quite understand what's going on here, though. And so you kind of look up from your food and ask, "Begging your pardon, but where am I?" And Steve kind of lifts his eyebrow and he goes, "Why, you're in Tumbleweed, Arizona." Random says, "Hey, Steve, weird question. Did a town burn down nearby?" And Steve kind of purses his lips and he nods. "Yeah, that place burned down a good couple weeks back. Why? Do you know something about that?" "Oh, sea sorts of stuff. Thanks for stopping by." And Joseph says, "Look, I'm pretty sure it's nothing. Our town here is pretty darn sturdy and it's not gonna be burning down anytime soon. Everything's gonna be okay." The smiles that the two of them give you are warm. Surprise poll. "60 seconds. Go." Random says, "Thanks, y'all. I've only been here for a day, but you're making me feel right at home." And Joseph kind of chuckles and goes, "Well, it's nothing." Then Steve kind of shakes his head and goes, "Well, alternative would have been having you sleep out in the inn. And I don't know about you, I don't really feel like letting you sleep in a roach-infested cauldron." "Right, nasty bedbugs too. And the fleas. A murder." He kind of looks, disdainful as he says that, and Steve shudders. Alright, you decide to roll perception. Where is my d20? If it's higher than 12, you succeed. Unfortunately, I rolled a 2, which means you don't notice anything except Joseph looks at you with a kind expression. Alrighty. Just in case you had any unanswered questions that you wanted to ask. All good, Bracing Star, but welcome back. Bracing says, plus my phone is charging. And your eyes kind of look around the cabin that the boys are staying in and notice that it is a little bit cluttered. After all, it is two men who are living in this place, with nary a lady in sight. Yeah, so obviously they've not really made any sort of efforts to make themselves tidy or presentable. And even though you're here, Joseph only looks mildly uncomfortable about the situation, at least from what you gather. Steve looks mildly indifferent. Whew. I remember letting my phone get to 9%. It was a little bit of a stressful day. Gosh. How low do you typically let your phone go before you decide to show mercy and charge your phone? Typically, whenever it gets to halfway, like 50% or 55%, is when I decide to drop everything and try to put it back on a charger. Nick says, mine was at 11% before I got home. Oof. Certainly is a little bit stressful. And you kind of tilt your head and you purse your lips and you decide to look into Joseph's kind of earnest eyes and you ask, have you ever heard of the Reaper of Arizona? And Joseph's eyes kind of darken and he looks away a little bit. Only that is the meanest son of a bitch this side of the Rockies. Largest mass murderer this side of the border. Steve kind of nods his head. Yeah. Only worst thing about it is no one's able to track hide nor hair of him. It's that stupid wanted poster, I believe. Seriously, making him look like he's some sort of Grim Reaper? Seriously, who's wearing a black cloak in the middle of the Arizona desert? Honestly, Grim Reaper of AZ could be anyone. Could be anyone by this point. Then he kind of looks at you suspiciously. Why do you ask? Nick says I usually try to get charging at 30%. Same here. Anytime it falls below 50%, I try to put it on the charger, but if I'm out of home, I typically put it on charger when I arrive home. I like listening to music on my phone, and I can't do that when the battery's dead. Oof. A little bit sleepy, a little bit snoozy. And Joseph kind of looks over, you know, at his older brother and he goes, I swear to brother, that's what he was wearing. That kind of perks up your interest. A man in a black cloak. In the middle of the Arizona desert. Gonna get dinner very soon, Star? Alrighty then. Stay safe. Random says my phone ran out of battery for a solid 2 minutes. What did I miss? Oh, just doing a vote. Seeing whether we want to be honest with the brothers about why we are tracking down the ghost, the Grim Reaper of AZ. Bracing says, also, reasons for why my battery almost died. Trying to figure out how to get the achievement of the game I'm still working on. And bloop. You decide to keep your reasons secret. And Steve kind of shakes his head kind of dismissively, and he goes, Rose, maybe It's really not any of our place to say, but why do you want to find this guy so bad? Now, granted, you don't have to tell us right away, but at some point, me and Joseph would like to know. And you kind of tilt your head and innocently look up at Steve and go, "My name's Grace." Both of them kind of look at each other like, what the heck? And it's here that I should probably spill the beans as to what is going on. You see, you, the player, well, not the player, but the character who is wandering around the deserts of Arizona, have dissociative identity disorder. Basically, they're a system. The person who walked into town earlier was Rose. And after the nightmare, Grace came out. And now you're in control of Grace. And so that's why everything feels kind of like a dream. Is because you're aware of what's going on. It's just the fact that Grace is trying to protect you from, you know, any trauma that's going to come in the future. Any questions or concerns? Random asks, does Grace see herself differently? Slightly different. She goes by the name Grace, and she's certainly a little bit more of the, you know, innocent protector sort. She wants to protect the listener from any incoming threats. And she wants to do that by being, well, more or less submissive. Granted, this doesn't mean that Grace is a doormat, just that she'd rather use more, you know, diplomatic means to achieve their ends rather than drawing their gun. This also means that more aggressive routes, you will have to call upon Rose to come back out again if you want to get those done. And that might come with its own drawbacks and consequences. And Joseph laughs. Well, Rose, I mean Grace. Or whoever you decide to call yourself. You just are a lady full of surprises, ain't ya? Look, I'm not judging. And Steve kind of scoffs and says, you wouldn't judge. But anyways, Joseph says, and he kind of, like, finishes eating, and he stands and stretches. I think that after you're done with breakfast, we should go down to the bank and try to cash in these little poker chips we got from the... from the innkeeper. Not innkeeper, from the barkeep. Sorry, it took me a couple tries. Can't believe it took me so many tries to remember the word barkeep. And so you decide to eat quietly, and you think to yourself. You can feel Rose as a presence in your mind, and she's, you know, a little bit confused at this turn of events, but you know, she's interested to see what Grace will do behind the wheel. It certainly beats, like, the more reckless approaches that Rose has been getting into so far. Rose is the woman who loves kissing her weapon. I love... You gave one kiss to the knife. I didn't say that you kissed the gun. Not yet. Granted, far be it for me to kink shame. Nick says there's a yet in there, so we still have time. Random says, my head's not feeling right. Can I visit a doctor, please? Joseph nods and goes, well, there is a doc in town. Could definitely stop by there before going to the bank. That is a good idea. Please hold your back, Racing Star. Oh, you're a good kid. Racing says, I do not want to leave the stream again right now, just until dinner's ready. Yes and yes. Also, for all the good girls in the chat, good girl. Good girl. Oh, such a good girl. Do you like that? Being called a good girl with a southern accent. Such a good girl you are. Oh, of course it's starting to melt. You're such a good girl. And so, you decide that you're going to visit the doctor before going to the bank. The three of you are now trudging along the dusty streets in this town. You know, people are going about their business, and you notice that a couple of people are looking at you somewhat appreciatively today. The barkeep, however, looks a tad bit miffed. You know, you did just kind of leave his establishment in a bit of a, a little bit of a mess. And the barkeep looks at you and smiles in a friendly way. So, what do you want to do? Nick says, can we pay the barkeep for the distraction? We did not pass by the doctor yet. I decided that we were going to pit our need to go to the dock with romance. So there are 4 votes and it's evenly split right now. Do you want to talk to the pretty barmaid? Or do you want to go to the dock? Barmaid's dressed in a pretty dress. You know, it's somewhat plain, cream-colored, with a nice brown apron, tied neatly in the back. She's a little bit plump, and she is certainly very, very sweet looking. You notice that somewhere in the back of your head and at the bottom of your stomach, whenever you look at this barmaid, you feel tingly. Rather happy, like you have butterflies in your stomach. Random says, Foxy, how dare you make me choose between my own mental health and talking to cute women? Finanza says, gay. Yes, quiet. Random says, can you describe the barmaid more? Is she as old as us or younger? Well, she seems to be like a herald or somewhere along the lines of her mid to late 20s. And you notice, whenever she looks at you, she's always smiling. If you would like, I can roll perception. Six votes. Gosh, people are fighting tooth and nail between our mental health and romance. Unfortunately, we'll have to see exactly who wins out. Just a little longer. A little bit more to go. Finanza says, please, girls. Tiny Portal says, Finanza, no please, I know you like women, but I'd rather be mentally stable first. Finanza says, talk to girl. Dan Fox here says, hey Lil sis, coming home sooner rather than usual. How about some chicken parm? That sounds amazing. Sounds delicious. Count me in. Random internet surfer, if it ends up being a tie, what happens? Then I get to flip a coin and choose. So y'all better decide. Would you like to choose romance? Or would you like to make sure that your head's screwed on straight first? Or rather, screwed on gay? Random internet surfer says, talking to cute women like that like us is much rarer than meeting doctors. Fair. Nick says, mental stability can wait, woman. Finanza says, screw it on gay please. Alright. Closing out the poll in 3, 2, 1. Well, would you look at that? It's an even split. 50-50. Give me a sec, folks. Cause now, your fate's in my hands. Well, relatively speaking. Come on, I had a special coin. There. Silver $50. Now, I am going to flip heads or tails. If it's heads, we go and make sure that our head is screwed on straight. And if it's tails, we pursue some tail. How about that, folks? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Got it covered. Place your bets, place your bets. It's heads. You decide to smile, widely at the barmaid, and she smiles widely back, and you have the opportunity for a perception check. Now, if it is a 10, you notice things about her. If you roll higher than 10, then I will tell you a few more things about her in detail. And if it's less than 10, I'll treat it like a critical failure. I rolled a 2. I rolled a 2. Your eyes dart down to her chest for a little bit longer than is socially acceptable, and by the time you realize it, you shake your head and your cheeks have gone bright pink. The barmaid has noticed. Put it in die jail. And a little. The barmaid smirks at you and waves you on. A hair dismissively, yes, but you decide to continue on your way to the doctor. The memories of the barkeep's smirk play in your head over and over again. It seems that you are very much not straight. Joseph, who witnessed this exchange, notices the blush that's on your face. And he does look a little bit downcast at first. However, Joseph's, face brightens up and he gives you a bit of a smirk. So, he says in a bit of a low purr. Steve goes, "Don't you say it. You don't really bat for the other team, do ya? Nah, you got a thing for ladies too, don't ya?" Joseph says, and he gives a little bit of a chuckle. Now it seems that we've got more things in common than I would have ever suspected before. Rose. Or Grace, or whatever you like to call yourself. Now we really ought to see if your head's screwed on straight or not. And Steve looks exasperated. Alright, we'll just get to the dock and we'll check and see if Grace is alright. And if she's alright, then we can go down to the bank and see if we can get these darn gold poker chips taken care of. And so, you continue trudging along the dusty road and you finally make it to the doctor's office. You didn't notice it at first since you were so busy getting guns and talking to the haberdashery, but closer to the town hall is this little place called the doctor's office. Typro says, at Lucifer and Husband Hotel, "Oh, you like women? Me too! We have so much in common!" You don't want to be on the wrong side of a comparison to Lucifer. Random says. Rose says to Grace, "Joseph, darling, the only bat you'll be getting is one right to the face." Grace refuses temptation to aggression. You can feel a part of your mind feeling rather nettled, but you decide to let it slide for the time being, in favor of getting your head checked. You step into the doctor's office, and it gives a little bit of a bell jingling. The intrusive thought of the barmaid and her wonderful dress, play in your mind again. You can feel her smirk on you, despite the fact that she's nowhere to be seen now that you're inside the doctor's office. You shake your head a little bit, and you continue inside. There's a, rather, There's a rather dusty, elderly gentleman who's sitting down at the desk in front of you. And he kind of looks up at you and he goes, "Do you have an appointment?" Random says, "Can we make a quick perception check to see if the dice keeps being cursed?" Sure. You roll a 15. You look around the doctor's office and it's a little bit worn, it's a little bit run down, but it seems to be relatively up to date for the time. Random says, that's worse than a curse die. It's a trollish die. Tiny Portal says, so the die just wants to fluff us over. Well, won't say that it wants to fluff you over, but I won't say that it's necessarily 100% on your side. And so you kind of timidly approach the guy who's looking at you and you go, can I make an appointment? And the guy sighs and says, alright, sure. May I get your name, date of birth? And so you decide to say, Grace, and then you say the date that is about 35 years before the current date. The guy jots it down, says, right, and your last name? Random internet server says, funny story, I have amnesia. Alright, I'm just gonna put down Doe. Is that okay with you? Grace Doe? Dinner time for your bracing star? Alrighty then. You stay safe, okay? Doe doesn't not work. Cosmo says, we're a Grace? It's my first time here for D&D lol. Basically, what's going on is the fact that the character we're playing as is a system. We introduced ourselves as Rose in the beginning, but we are playing Grace now. And if you think back to the very first session where I introduced this character, you might have noticed that Rose and Grace weren't the only options. And the doc kind of raises his eyebrows and he goes, alright, so Grace Doe with a history of amnesia. Tell me, what can you remember? Schnezza says, no, now I'm gonna have to sift through the VOD. Random says, Grace asks Rose for what happened. basically, everything that we can remember is up to yesterday, and we also have memories of a town burning. At least you think. Could have been a dream. Huh. And the guy kind of adjusts his glasses. Interesting. Grace tells the doc about everything Grace and Rose remember, except the coins. Right. Alright, so... Well... There's just one thing for it. You're batshit insane. I prescribe you with... And he starts blathering on a list of medications, and honestly, it kind of makes you nervous, and you can see both Steve and Joseph looking at each other like, does this guy really know what he's doing? Random says, we don't know if this doctor practices patient confidentiality. Keep in mind, you're a woman in your mid-30s in the deserts of Arizona during the 1800s. Random says, hey doc, do you have half of the stuff you're prescribing me right now? Braincran says, are the medicines allopathic, homeopathic, or snake oil? Well, you can roll for knowledge. Anything above a 15 will work. So, do you want to roll a perception check? I'm pretty sure you want to roll a perception check. If it's high enough. Or actually, no, not a perception check, but a history check. If you roll higher than a 15, you'll be able to figure out exactly what this guy is selling you. Let's roll. Oh my god. I rolled a 3. Okay, I'm gonna roll inspiration. I'm gonna roll inspiration, and we're going to do that again. A 5. This die is cursed. This die is cursed. I'm gonna have to get a new one. Other than cocaine, you're not really sure of any other drugs that this stock is selling you. Rose suggests to Grace slide a merc coin in front of the dock and say, I require the best treatment you can get me. I'm sure you'll find the pay more than worth it. Intimidate him, sorta. And Grace kind of shakes her head at that idea. You get the feeling that Grace doesn't want to do that. Nathan says Abigail. That's what the other name was. Bonanza says, why is our luck like this? Put it in the dice jail, Nathan says. Honestly, dice jail sounds like it's fun. Dice, timeout. Random says, no, why did we waste our inspiration on a knowledge check? Don't worry, you got 2 other hits of inspiration. Bonanza says, thank you, Grace, for being the smart one. Tiny Portal says, other than cocaine, you don't really recognize any of the other drugs the stock is selling you. It's quite the sentence to come back to. Granted, this is a doctor from the 1800s. And medicines aren't exactly up to modern standards yet. And Joseph's kind of looking over at Stephen going, this has gotta be some of the most snake oil shit in existence. Set the dice on fire as a warning to the other dice. You can feel a small part of your brain nag in irritation at what this doc is saying. You're starting to feel like this is a waste of time. Beancran says, call him a quack and leave. Random says, I don't know what to do next. Hey Steve, wanna find more about the Smiths in case they come after us? And Steve kinda looks at you and says, alright Gracie, we can do that. Random says next choice should be potential areas on where the Smiths visit or make their business, like the clothes shop, or back at the bar, or even the town hall. That's just my opinion. I'll give it a good couple more minutes before we leave. Get as many votes as we can. Random says, Foxy's been doing a great job making the choices for us so far. Well, thank you. I'm doing the best I can, trying to make sure that everything's lively and not falling dead or silent that often. At least that's what I'm trying to do. Been hoping that I've been succeeding. Random says, well, it's my first D&D session of sorts, so I can't compare. But I've been having a wonderful time. Thank you so very much, Random. I appreciate it. And this is, like, it's been a while since I've run a game of any kind, and I think this has been the most successful attempt thus far. You decide to turn heel and leave in the middle of the doc sentence, Steve and Joseph on your heels. The doc kind of looks up at you, and he just kind of mildly composes himself before he sits back down at his desk. It seemed like he was starting to work himself up. And so, you decide to trudge your way to the bank. It's right next to the town hall. I actually don't watch wrestling, so it's a bit of a joke that is a bit lost on me. I do know about steel chair because Aerith pulled a steel chair on someone. But beyond that, I don't really, like, pay attention to jokes like that. Heel turn. Oh, I see. Looking it up, I understand now. Turn heel means good guy becoming a bad guy. Turn face means bad guy becoming a good guy. Usually turning heel involves betraying either the audience or fellow wrestlers. I see. But yeah, we turn on our heels and we leave the doctor's office and we decide to trudge down to the bank instead. Sun isn't really that high. It's actually, like, perhaps mid-morning. Around 10, maybe even 11 o'clock in the morning. Hmm. I'm busy thinking about what to do next in this campaign. What would be interesting? Well, you enter in through the front doors of the bank and you see a bunch of tellers in front of you. There's really not many people in here at this time of day, but you do know that the banker has a little bit of an on-edge look on his face as he sees you enter. I mean, 3 ruffians with weapons at their hips. It's like asking for trouble. Regardless, you decide to walk right up relatively slowly, and you say, hello, I would like to exchange some of these coins, you say. And you pull out 3 of the gold coins that you have in your possession. You decide to keep one on hand, just to be, like, extra safe. And he kind of looks at the gold coins and he looks back up at you. Back to the coins and back up. And he goes, ma'am, the exchange rate on these things, the most I'd be able to do is give you $20 each. Binkran says, considering the haberdashery, that seems low. Basically, we want to exchange so that basically whenever we spend cash, people aren't immediately terrified of us. Aside from the fact that we're carrying weapons. Basically, these coins, whomever seems to be looking at them, either is like, wow, that's a lot of gold, or they know exactly what our trade is. Our trade is death. Death is our trade. That is the motto of the coins. So anyone who reads it and looks at the gold coins too carefully will know that you're a bounty hunter of some kind. That's why you want to exchange. And now that you're talking with this banker, you want a fair exchange. I don't remember the exchange rate that I gave on the haberdashery. I think it was around $30 or so for the coins. $30 in the hat. Yep, we left the dock. We'll just say that it was $30 in the hat. Currently on our character sheet it says that we've got $27.75. Yeah, the dock was a quack. Basically seemed more keen to sell you medication rather than actually helping you. Random says, let's say please. I bet Grace, being the diplomat, has advantage dice on persuasion rolls. That is your purview. Something tells me you want to be nice. You don't feel like intimidating the banker is the right decision here. It would be effective, but it wouldn't be right. I'll give it a couple more minutes. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to flip a coin again. And whenever I flip a coin, whenever I flip a coin, I will make sure that something interesting happens. Oops. Looks like someone voted to intimidate. You decide to look at the coin and says, did you read the motto that is on them? The banker says, what of it? And you can sense that he's starting to be a little bit tense. And Grace says, well, it says that death is our trade. So, you know, it kind of took us a lot of effort to get a hold on these coins, and we kind of want a fair exchange rate on them. So, if you'd be so kind, I would like $30 for each, you say. And then he kind of goes, that's outrageous. And then you decide to let your left hand drift, and you touch the handle of the gun a little bit, softly. And then you can hear, in the back of your mind, a voice purring. Good girl. You hear that in the back of your mind as Grace puts her hand on the handle of the gun to intimidate the banker. You can hear it. Clear as day. A soft purring voice saying, good girl. Tiny Paw says, and you still try to convince us we aren't the Reaper. Oh, I'll give you several opportunities to find out for yourself exactly who we are as a player, who we are as a character. What Rose, Grace, Chet, and Abigail are willing to do to survive out here. Monty says, we're pursuing this. You wish to pursue your prey. And in the back of your mind, Grace can feel it, a bit of a seductive pull towards aggression, as if it's a desired outcome. You almost feel the desire in the back of your brain, the desire to see this man quiver in fear. It's more than just getting a fair bargain on these coins now. You almost feel like holding up the entire bank for everything it's got. Steve and Joseph behind you kind of look a little bit shifty by this point. They've noticed that you've definitely got a little bit of a change in your demeanor, and they already know that something is up with your head. You've already passed by the doctors on the way here. Random says, Grace to Rose. Yes, Mom. I mean, what? And Rose stares puzzlingly. Dumb joke aside, I say since we made our bed, we might as well sleep on it and intimidate. Monty says, I love how cruel we all are. Monty says, I barely none of us are choosing holding back. Perhaps you're willing to see exactly how far you'd go. Are you perhaps scared to put an innocent man down? Random says, let's not call our other personality Mommy. We are already mentally messed up as it is, lol. You don't know if Mommy Dearest would approve. You're hoping she will. But then again, you're not sure. Finance, I just got back. Why are we calling ourselves Mommy? I think it's mainly just a joke because I've been using a really, really seductive voice. Got one more minute. Can we persuade Grace to go back to exactly who she is? Or will someone else come out to play? Tiny Pearl says non. Je n'ai rien peur. I have absolutely no idea if I pronounced it correctly. I'm pretty sure I just butchered it. Alright, poll is ended. Despite both Rose and Grace feeling mildly scared by this point, you decide to pull your gun on the banker. Both Joseph and Steve are rather, taken aback by this turn of events. This wasn't the woman who had helped them out earlier, or was it? They have absolutely no idea by this point. Tiny says means no, I fear nothing to save some of the translation. Thank you so very much, Tiny Portal. And you can feel yourself being pulled back as both Rose and Grace are forced to take a back seat as another personality decides to take the reins, as they decide to go in front for all of us. And you can feel this personality as sharp as ever. It's the personality that you felt at the back of your mind, that dangerous sort of thing, when you decided to pull the knife up from the desk where you had got it. It was that danger. And so you point your revolver at the man's head, and he kinda goes pale with fear. You're going to hold me up. There's no need for that, miss. I can give you a fair exchange rate. And Steve and Joseph are kind of shifting uneasily behind you, as if unsure what to make of you. And you feel at the corner of your mouth, it being pulled up into a half smirk. Your smile sharp. And you can feel this personality, this particular persona of yours, thinking idly to itself, it would be so easy, wouldn't it? To just pull my trigger and blow his brains all over the bank. To just take everything here, and just leave nothing behind. You could take this town. You could take everyone. You could rule the desert. And if you ever came across this Grim Reaper of Arizona, you'd take them out too. You would devour it all. Random says, there is no salvaging this situation, is there? Random says, maybe we pull up the gun on someone to the side and say, I spot a smith or something convenient. You'd have to be really, really savvy with a charisma save. You could potentially salvage something from this situation. However, it is certainly a mark on your reputation. Steve and Joseph are looking at you with a mixture of concern and fear. Well, and we will just see what happens then. In this wayward western, what will you do? What will your legacy be? How will people remember you? Bingren says stupid first past the post. Random says, oh, I have an idea. Pretend to faint, maybe muffle a devil's been possessing me. Tiny says, also I want it known that I saw one vote for pulling the hammer and my mind immediately went, dang it, Wood, and Wood isn't even here. Monty says, this is a close vote. Monty says, I've got such an evil mentality on roleplay, I need help. Right, so that's the end of this particular poll. Both Rose and Grace seem to surround the personality currently at the reins, and they force her back into the back seat. Rose gracefully steps back, keeping the rogue personality in check as Grace asserts herself once more at the front. Grace's hand holding the pistol begins to shake, and she kind of slowly lowers it down. And finally she puts it back into her holster, and she takes a couple of slow, shaky breaths, terrified of what could have just happened. And then she finally says in a tiny, shaky, almost broken voice, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened there. I just wanted a fair exchange rate. And both Joseph and Steve, slowly walk up behind you and, each put a hand on either of your shoulders. And both of them start apologizing profusely to the banker, who's still white as a sheet. With shaking hands, the banker decides to start putting several, stacks of cash into a bag and starts, trying to shove it through the little slot, to basically get rid of them. really, really sorry for all of this. I didn't mean to shortchange anybody. I don't want any trouble. Time process. There's a reason DMs will sometimes not let the players be chaotic evil unless the whole party is. It just makes things uncomfortable. That being said, Celestial Warlock being chaotic evil is great. Tanya Pearl says, I don't know which one is Angels, but that one. Binkren says, maybe give our weapons to Joe and Steve. Welcome back, Bracings. Dang it. OBS disconnected and had to reconnect. Bah. Sorry about that. That was the last thing that I said. Also, I might need to take a very, very quick break. Kinda feeling a little bit of the munchies. My stomach has the grumblies. Foxa needs to nibble on something. Foxa oxo umps. But anyways, stay safe, I'll be right back, and feel free to think about this situation that we find ourselves in. Right, and I am back. Alrighty, now that we're back, and now that Grace has effectively, tried to disarm the situation, the bank teller is putting cash into this bag in order to placate the three of them, when suddenly, everything goes dark. Everything. The inside of the bank is shrouded in darkness. And suddenly, you lose sight of Joseph, Steve, the banker, the till, everything. Everything is dark. It is just you standing in the black void. And then suddenly, 3 people approach you from out of this darkness, appearing like they're walking through some thick mist. They all look rather similar to you. However, each of them has their own differences to set them apart. One looks to be a little bit younger than the rest of them. There are no gray hairs in her, on her head, and her face has a bit of a youthful glow to it. Yeah, she seems to be a little bit more graceful than the other 3. And she gives, you a bit of a curtsy. And one is, strutting about a little bit as if they own the place, and just sort of looking around at this sort of curious turn of events as to what, it might be going on. And she's got that same smirk on her face that we had not 2 seconds ago. And the third is dressed completely differently than the others, wearing what appears to be, a set of, Greek robes. And she's got a blindfold on. Yeah, other than that, her, mouth is set into a firm frown. Tiny Pearl says Grace, Abigail, and Chet in that order, I assume? Precisely. Random says, I have lost track of our point of view. I apologize, it is a little bit confusing at times, isn't it? Right now, we are from the point of view of Rose. Grace just happens to have been one of the fronters at that particular moment. It seems that all of them were slowly waking up at different times and decided to want to at least explore a little bit of this world, to interfere a little bit. And for this particular incident, something is going on. Something that has called the four of you into conference. So yes, who do you address first? The one whose, mouth is set into a firm frown, wearing Greek robes of a pale white, wearing a blindfold? Or the one with her hands in her pockets, dressed similarly to you, but with a bit of a smirk on her face? Or will you address the one that looks like it's a little bit more, nervous about it all, but has a sort of determination about her, a sort of patience? It seems that no matter what happens here, we're certainly getting to the bottom of who exactly we are as people. And what our fate might be as a person. Tiny Pearl says, so Rose is the hero, the main character. Grace is very soft and kind. Chet seems to remember what happened to us and is being very blunt. And Abigail is a goddamn sociopath. Pretty succinct. And very close to the truth. Grace is definitely a bit of an interesting character. She is Patience. Our Patience. And she has her own particular interests and likes, and happens to be a trauma holder. She likes sweets. Judge, jury, executioner. Random says, and Rose in this case is the detective? The main front. But I suppose that could definitely be applicable. Tiny Pearl says, I'll take pretty close. Aw, I'm sorry about that, Racing Star. I know getting bit by a mosquito is, like, really, really bad. I remember when I was working at Dollar General one time and one decided to alight on my left hand. I could see the little bloodsucker. And so I just quickly smacked my hand, and gods, the itch that I had was unbearable afterwards. Host, gatekeeper, caretaker, and persecutor. So yes, a little bit of introspection for you. You decide to address the patient one. Hello, the patient one says. And she, gives you a little wave and she smiles brightly at you. Hi, Rosie. How are you doing? It's so very good to see you face to face, although I I don't know quite how this is possible yet. Yeah, it is a little bit strange to be on the outside looking in. It's kind of like a special effect. Good to see you, Rosie, says the aggressive one, the one that has swagger, the one with the smirk. Random says, hi, Grace. We may have fucked up. Grace looks guilty. I'm sorry. I slipped and was a little bit lax. I don't know what came over me. Don't worry about it, Gracie. That was just my fault, says the swagger one. It's all good, Random. And minute speed round, let's go. Random says, Abigail, not another word, or all that'll be spewing from your mouth is blood in a minute. Hey, welcome back, UTP. Sorry for leaving. Can someone catch me up on what happened? Basically, we held up a banker at gunpoint, and now we're having a moment of introspection between Rose and her headmates. Ooh. Random says it's okay. Grace would have still won. So, you decide to turn to the person wearing the robes, wearing the blindfold. She decides to pick up what looked like a pair of scales and fiddles with them a little bit before stowing them in her pocket again. You address her and you say, so, who are you? And so, the lady with the frown, her frown lightens a little bit and she says, my name is Chet. I am what you call your moral compass. And it seems that you've allowed your moral compass to become a little bit skewed of late. We really must be working better on that. Seeing as you've let this one decide what we are going to be doing, she says, looking, crosswise to Abigail, the persecutor. And Abigail just sort of, smiles and shrugs and says, well, I mean, we're just doing the best that we can in this Wild West, aren't we? After all, we're trying to move the plot forward, aren't we? Random says, any way to salvage the situation, Chet? Chet frowns again. Well, It seems that there are very few things that we can do. We can rely on those closest to us, but it seems that we royally screwed the pooch this time. Abigail then, kind of collapses a little bit. Just sighs and, goes into an exasperated, tantrum-y sort of state and goes, "But Chet, come on, haven't you ever been curious as to what robbing a bank would have been like? Oh, come on. Oh, and Gracie, come on. You know what we can get with all of that cash. And you've been such a good girl." Grace looks rather uncomfortable and she kind of sidesteps away from Abigail just a little bit. "I don't feel comfortable talking with you." "It seems that your headmates are in a bit of disarray. What would you like to do?" Random says, "You know what, let's try playing a middle ground. Let's hunt down the Smiths." Abigail kind of smiles at that and goes, "Now you're talking my language, Rosie. I knew you wanted to kill, kill, kill," she says, and each time that she repeats that one word, it's like she's saying the name of her favorite thing, something delicious even. And Chet looks rather disapprovingly at Abigail, and Grace looks rather uncomfortable. Random says, "We restore our rep by killing the bad guys, and we get to kill people." Monty says, "Money, money, 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 motherfluffer. Money and..." Nick says, "I saw something about looting, so we rob a bank." It really does depend what you'd like to do. Random says, "Do you have a problem with killing bad people, Chet?" And Chet kind of looks pensively down a little bit, and she says, "I would rather not kill anyone. But, seeing as we are in a situation where our life needs to be preserved and the lives of innocents need to be preserved, then the lives of those who are guilty must be taken. And if by killing these Smiths, we reduce the amount of suffering in this world, then so be it. I will judge our actions to be moral, given the circumstances." Abigail sort of smirks and looks over at Chet. "I knew that you could be reasoned with. Guess you're not quite as much of a spoilsport as I thought you were." And Grace looks uncomfortable and shifty, almost like she's keeping a secret. Random says, "See? A middle ground. No need to have an internal war over here." Random says, okay, so which one of us is the most charismatic? Let her take the wheel and salvage us out of this mess. And Chet goes, well, that's if we manage to get out of the situation, you know, without going to jail of some kind. After all, we did just point a revolver at a banker. I'm pretty sure that this is going to have lasting consequences for this town. And Abigail sort of turns and goes, yeah, but we did need that cash, didn't we? Get to a nice big city, settle down, buy some sweets, she says, casting a glance at Grace, who kind of looks up longingly. UTP says, lasting consequences? Nah, that's a future me problem. Future me loves dealing with problems. Chet kind of looks flatly at you. The way I see it, eventually we will all have to contend with the future versions of ourselves. That's what Abigail doesn't seem to understand. And Abigail finally, you know, just sorts of puts her hands on her hips and just sighs. Monty says money's more fun to spend when you got it for free. Tiny says, I knew there was a cat behind that. UTP says, that may be, but we don't need to think about that right now. Right now we need to steal from this banker. Ta! Tiny says at Monty, are you paying for money? UTP says we can sort the rest out as we go along. That may be, Abigail. But we must consider the other headmates don't necessarily want to do evil. Random says, so we technically have 4 thinking minds between us. Let's brainstorm an excuse or anything. Grace says, ooh, we can just say, we're sorry, or if we were making a joke. Monty says IRL money glitch. UTV says at Tiny Portal, what if I told you there were transphobes at the counter? Ooh. Tiny Portal making a joke, it's just a prank, bro. Yeah, it's definitely an immature, scummy thing to do. Finanza says we could pay for our mistakes. Alright. How would you suggest going about paying for our mistakes? Chet asks. And then Abigail just sort of sighs and rolls her eyes and goes, look, how about we accept the discount that the old man was giving us in the first place? Granted, 20 is a steal compared to the $30 we could have gotten, but, well, I'll accept that in return for not going to jail. UTP says, for a more realistic solution, we ask for their name, claim them a bounty, or that we thought they were anyway. Claim they are a bounty. Tyapro says at UTP, no, we're not doing these mental gymnastics to justify armed robbery. UTP claim that that we thought they were a bounty, simply thought we'd seen their face on a bounty board somewhere. Huge misunderstanding, apologize, and we lose the jail time. Nick says it's still technically a stealth mission if everyone is dead. Nix! Random says, Abigail, for once you're the voice of reason. Doing a much better job than the voice of reason. Looks snarkily at chat. And chat kinda just gives you an unimpressed look. Well, just because I didn't come up with the idea doesn't mean that I can't see its merits. Tiny says stealth is optional for this mission. Parry this, you fluffing casual. UTP says we go for the ankles and make sure to clear out everyone who's here, then blame it on the Reaper. Swear we saw him and only barely escaped. Monty says, Chet after that line. Okay, what the hell, man? Nick says, my brain only thinks in shinies and loot. What, accepting the discount and apologizing and saying that we're sorry? Tiny says, well, we know who here voted for robbery. Random says, okay. Seems like the best idea so far is claiming the cashier looked like a bounty. And do a luck dice roll that someone does resemble them there. Finanza says, I say we accept the punishment. Chet nods her head. Accepting the punishment would be the most moral course of action. And Abigail kind of sighs and groans, yeah, but it's so boring. That and then there's no telling if we'll escape jail. Nick says, they can't put us in prison if we're rich. Finanza says it's the best way to fix our reputation. Finanza says, we won't escape jail if we're just doing our time. Random says, then again, we came here with merc coins. Maybe someone in jail knows us. Maybe. But then again, if someone does know us from this particular line of work, do we want to meet them? Says Chet. You know, thoughtfully putting a hand under her chin. And Grace looks down at the floor and she kind of looks like she's about to cry and she goes, so, no candy? UTP says so far our options are to claim we thought they were a bounty, kill everyone in the room, or accept the consequences of our actions. There's also something about a discount I missed. Finanza says, wait, if we go to jail, our weapons will be taken. Yep, precisely. Nick says, we can sneak the knife in. Can we not? As we're the only ones who can see it. Tiny says, oh poor baby. And Abigail kind of looks up at the ceiling and goes, well, might as well wake up rather quickly because I doubt we're in the same place as we used to be. Finanza says, let's try to pay off our time. And so? Random says, how about we pretend to faint, excuse ourselves with some devil possessing us? Chet looks at you unimpressed. Lie to them. You are suggesting we lie to them about what we were going to be doing. Doesn't sound to me like we are doing the moral thing. Nope. I agree with Gracie here. Let's try to pay off our time, even if it means no sweets. And Gracie kind of sniffles a little. No sweets. Beancrin says it's barely a lie. UTV no one, and I do mean no one, keeps shinies from me. UTP no. Oh, but yes. Nick says, just say we're blind as a bat and can't see well. That excuse won't fly. So do we get to vote for choices here, or... And... bloop. Finanza says, why are we all one voice? I do not speak with them. Random says, how about we say we were aiming for a mosquito behind the cashier? Nick says, officer, I didn't mean to shoot him, I just couldn't see all that well. Tiny Pearl says, this is so what I have to deal with. I'm trying to wrangle a hyperactive blue goblin cat girl so she doesn't end up killing someone because she saw something shiny. Random says, man, we can't use the bounty lie as an excuse. That was a good choice. Welcome home! Oh, slowly wrapping up Wayward Western for today. But yeah, welcome home. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, cutie. So adorable.
Not that adorable.
She is.
No, I'm not. Monty says, sorry guys, I watched The Exorcist recently and the demon gave up repossessed me. This is the 1800s. What the heck is a movie? Tiny says, UTV, we were trading in the shinies for paper money. Finanza says, please Tiny, you're one of the only sane voices in Rose. Ah! No, I'm not. No, stop it. No. 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 Random says, damn, living with an ASMR content creator must be fun.
It is.
Oh, I just do the best I can. Nick says, but Chinese are worth more than regular paper monies. UTV says, not like they're using them. They're just keeping it inside, letting it sit there. Surely we can just take and use the monies to get new shinies. Ninja says, Cutiefox though. Monty says, 1800s? Crap, we can't let them know we're time travelers. No. 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 No! Random says, guys, if we go to jail, the barmaid won't want to date us again. Yep, that's something that has curiously slipped your mind. Grace pulls out a picture, a memory, of the smirk that the barmaid gave us. One that was kind of flirtatious, even. Nanza, wait. Crap. So, Nanza says, we can't go to jail. Nick says, fine, we no kill, only because we want to date again. Tiny says, Random internet surfer. She also caught us staring at her chest earlier, so the chances are already slim. Bonanza says, cute girl won't like us. Tiny says, you all are beyond saving. Nah, you are capable of being saved. It just depends. Slim chances are better.
Your adorable one forgives me.
Nick says, I am chaotic gay that radiates more gay. ETP, I would only sacrifice shines for one thing. Cute girl lesbian. Better than Zero. Racing says, you're adorable, cute, amazing, beautiful, and most awesome Poxum. No, I'm not!
Yes, 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 yes.
No!
Yes?
That's Akira. It's Demon
No,
Fox
that's
Akira. It's Demon Fox
That's her.
Akira.
That's
It's
her.
Demon
That's
Fox
her.
Akira.
That's
It's
her.
Demon Fox
That's
Akira.
her.
It's Demon Fox Akira. It's Demon Fox.
See? Cute. You're just gonna get me for that.
Nope, it's all your face.
Refocus on your face.
Yep.
Your cutie cutie face.
It's like, hey, focus.
Focus on the cutie.
Monty says, the bar water's turning the frickin' frogs gay. Ask for forgiveness. Do our time. And with that, you've decided to confront what you have done and ask for forgiveness. You open your eyes, and you find yourself sitting in the sheriff's jail cell. Looking out and between the bars, you can see that Steve and Joseph are waiting for you to wake up. You know, they're looking at you somewhat concerned, holding the bars, and they're going, well, look who decided to wake up, finally. And we'll call it there for the day. Binkren says the one thing that unites chat, cute girls.
Especially cute foxo girls.
Tiny Portal says, okay guys, we can agree, you don't want to go to jail if only for the pretty lady. Random says, I guess we're going to jail. Bracing says, and yes you are, Demon Foxy Kira too, but you the most. No I'm not.
She is.
UTP says, fair enough, happy to have gotten here before the session ended. Enough stuff to do the last few times. Monty says, Cutie Fox really hit us with the you're finally awake, then it just ended there. Random says, dang, we lost our friends and rep in the span of one session. Well, you didn't lose your friends. It seems that they were waiting for you to wake up. But they were kind of concerned, and they decided to lock you in jail and not take any of the cash. We don't know necessarily what happened. Just that you're in jail right now. But anyways, I am going to read off our active patrons list. If you wish to be a part of the active patrons list, click the link in the description down below to join our Patreon. Active patron members will be able to gain access to early access content as well as content that will not be shown on YouTube for one reason or another. But anyways, a big thank you to Balloona, Benifer the Potato, Obsidian Cross, Jack, William Coles, ZT Mackin, Songbird, Kyra, Void Dweller, T305, Cookie, Iceland Rose, Vibe, Morning Owlet, Branwin, Televisio Francus, Dan Muffin Cat, Sweet Song, Void, Lauren, Kramek, also known as Luna, Parvati, Feathered Lily, Comic TF, Tarses, Pixaqueen, Jessica, Amy Olgers, Robot Orange, Tiny Portal, Chloe, Vera the Space Witch, Ellipses, CM Fireflies, TG Lex, Ghost 48, Joanna, Indigo, Kai, Sky, Danny Denny Bobani, Banana Busboat, Amy DC, TGSTGA, Beatrice Violet, Rochelle B. The Partly Normal Limited, Liliana Sokovia, Cutie Patootie, Lantern Warrior, White Wolf Tenku, Breedable Vaporeon, Eden, Mick Shepherd, Artemis Lake, Captain Aardvark 986, Archdemon Chrissy, Renee Collins, Zendrika, L. Brown, Watsman 2003, Lily Adams, The Lumbacks, Archibald, Blue Goo, Alice, Kolak 92, Nova the Artist, Bob Drew, Lost Wolf, Prophecy Fulfilled, Tarabelle, DFA Plays, Robot Waifu, and Blunt Moth. Thank you. Thank you so very much for all of your wonderful support. Without you, myself and the channel would be in a worse place than it is. Thank you. Thank you for your support. And again, if you wish to click the link in the description down below and join our active patrons list, then your name will be read at the end of streams as well, as gaining access to early access content and stuff that will not be shown on YouTube for one reason or another. But I believe that I have talked your ear off long enough. Thank you for stopping by, and stay safe out there. And now, I'm gonna get out of your hair. Stay safe and bye-bye. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye.